Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the quiet hours when the stars shine brightest over the Shire, when the lanterns in round windows have dimmed to embers, and the last pipe smoke curls lazily into the night air, there are stories that hobbits tell. These are not the grand tales of wizards and dragons, of kings and kingdoms, though such stories have their place. No, these are the tales whispered by grandmothers to sleepy grandchildren, shared between friends over mugs of ale at the Green Dragon, passed down through generations like precious heirlooms, more valuable than any gold or silver. Tonight, as the moon rises full and bright over Hobbiton, casting silver shadows across the party field and the gentle hills beyond, we gather these tales together. They are stories of the Shire itself, of the land and the folk who tend it, of magic both small and great, of lessons learned and wisdom earned. Some are ancient, reaching back to times before hobbits even came to dwell in these green and pleasant lands. Others are newer, though no less treasured for their youth. All of them speak to the heart of what it means to be a hobbit, to love good food and good company, to value peace and plenty, and to know that even the smallest person can change the course of the world. So settle yourself comfortably, dear listener, perhaps in a favourite chair by the fire, or nestled beneath warm blankets with the window cracked just enough to let in the night breeze. Let the cares of the day drift away like dandelion seeds on the wind. For now, we journey together into the folklore of the Shire, where every rolling hill has a story, every ancient tree remembers secrets, and every babbling brook sings songs of days long past. Our first tale begins, as many good hobbit stories do, with a garden. But this was no ordinary garden, and the hobbit who tended it was far from ordinary herself, though she would have blushed to hear anyone say so. Her name was Primrose Bracegirdle, and she lived in a snug little hobbit hole on the outskirts of Little Delving, where the farmland gives way to wilder country, and the old forest begins its slow march toward the Shire's borders. Primrose was known throughout the Westfarthing for three things. First, she grew the most magnificent roses anyone had ever seen, blooms so perfect and fragrant that even the Proudfoots, who were notoriously hard to impress, would stop and stare when passing her garden gate. Second, she made a blackberry jam so delicious that it had won the Harvest Festival competition for 7 years running, much to the consternation of Lobelia Sackville Baggins, who felt such continued success was unseemly and probably involved some sort of trickery. Third, and most importantly for our tale, Primrose had the gift of speaking with growing things. Now, before you think this means she was some kind of wizard or practiced strange arts, let me explain. Primrose did not cast spells or wave wands about. She simply had a way of understanding what plants needed, of hearing their whispers in the rustling of leaves, of knowing when the soil was too dry or too damp, when the light was wrong or the season turning. Some said it was just good gardening sense, the kind that comes from years of patient work with one's hands in the earth. Others whispered that there was something more to it, a touch of old magic perhaps, the kind that had existed in Middle-earth long before the rise of kingdoms and the departure of elves. Primrose herself never claimed anything special about her talents. She would simply smile her gentle smile, tuck a strand of greying hair behind her ear, and say that if you listened carefully enough, everything in the world had something to tell you. The trick, she maintained, was learning to be quiet enough to hear. It was on a particularly fine spring morning, when the air was soft with the promise of new growth and the birds sang their hearts out in celebration of the season, that Primrose made a discovery in her garden that would change everything. She had risen early, as was her habit, and taken her tea out to the small stone bench beneath her oldest rosebush, a magnificent specimen that had been planted by her grandmother's grandmother and still produced the most exquisite white blooms every June. As she sat, sipping her tea and watching the sunrise paint the eastern sky in shades of pink and gold, she noticed something peculiar. There, at the very base of the ancient rosebush, where the gnarled roots emerged from the earth like twisted fingers, something glinted in the early morning light. At first, Primrose thought it might be dew catching the sun, but as she leaned closer, she realized it was something else entirely. Carefully, mindful of the thorns that guarded even the oldest parts of the rosebush, Primrose reached down and gently brushed away some of the soft earth. What she uncovered made her catch her breath in wonder. There, nestled among the roots, was a small silver acorn, no bigger than her thumb, covered in delicate engravings that seemed to shift and flow like water when she moved it in the light. Primrose had lived in the Shire all her long life, and she had never seen anything quite like it. The craftsmanship was too fine for Hobbit work, too delicate and ethereal. It reminded her of stories her grandmother had told, tales of the elves who had once walked these lands long ago, before the Shire was the Shire, when it was still wild country where anything might happen, and often did. She sat there for a long moment, turning the silver acorn over and over in her weathered hands, feeling the strange warmth of it against her palm. It hummed softly, not with any sound her ears could hear, but with a vibration she felt in her bones, like the purring of a contented cat, or the deep thrumming of the earth itself. And as she held it, listening with that special attention she had always paid to growing things, she began to hear something extraordinary. The rosebush was speaking to her, truly speaking, not just in the vague impressions of need or contentment that she usually sensed, but in actual words that formed in her mind as clearly as if someone was standing beside her and talking. The voice was ancient and feminine, warm as summer sunshine and patient as the turning of seasons. The words it spoke were these: "Long have I kept this treasure safe, daughter of the Shire, waiting for one who could hear, who could understand. The time has come for the old promises to be remembered, for the seeds of long ago to finally bear their fruit. What was given in friendship must now be returned in kind, and you, Primrose Bracegirdle, have been chosen for this task." Primrose's hand trembled slightly, making the silver acorn catch the light and send dancing reflections across her garden. She was not a hobbit given to flights of fancy or dramatic gestures, but she understood in that moment that something profound was happening, that the comfortable patterns of her life were about to change in ways she could not yet imagine. She closed her fingers gently around the acorn and whispered a question to the rosebush, her voice barely more than a breath. "What must I do?" The answer came like a sigh through branches. "You must take this acorn to the old forest, to the place where the great oak stands alone in the clearing. Plant it there at midnight on Midsummer's Eve, when the moon is full and the barrier between worlds grows thin. Water it with water from the Withywindle, and speak the words I shall teach you. Then wait and watch. And when the seed sprouts, tend it as you have tended me, with patience and love and the wisdom of your careful hands." Primrose sat very still as the rosebush taught her the words she would need, syllables that felt strange and old on her tongue, like the language the wind speaks when it moves through ancient trees, or the song water sings over stones that have seen 1,000 years pass by. She repeated them quietly, committing them to memory with the same care she used when learning the proper way to prune or graft or coax reluctant bulbs to bloom. When the lesson was finished, and the rosebush fell silent once more, returning to its usual gentle rustling, Primrose tucked the silver acorn safely into the deep pocket of her work apron. She sat for a while longer, watching the sun climb higher in the sky, and thinking about what she had been asked to do. The old forest was not a place most hobbits ventured willingly. It lay beyond the eastern borders of the Shire, past the high hay and the hedge, in country that felt different from the tamed and comfortable lands hobbits preferred. Trees there were said to be strange and sometimes unfriendly, and there were whispers of older powers that did not always welcome visitors, even visitors with good intentions. But Primrose was not one to shirk a responsibility once it had been placed in her hands. If the ancient rosebush, which had sheltered generations of her family and never asked for anything in return, requested this service, then she would find a way to fulfill it. Besides, she reasoned as she finished her tea and stood to begin her morning work, Midsummer's Eve was still several weeks away. That gave her time to prepare, to make arrangements, and perhaps most importantly, to figure out how to explain to her neighbours why she would be setting off on what they would surely consider a fool's errand. The days that followed settled into a strange rhythm. Primrose went about her usual activities, tending her garden, making her jam, chatting with neighbours who stopped by to admire her roses or purchase seedlings for their own plots. But beneath the comfortable surface of ordinary life, she was preparing. She studied old maps of the borderlands that her grandfather had kept, trying to identify the clearing the rosebush had mentioned. She packed a sturdy walking stick and her most comfortable shoes. She filled a flask with water from the well, knowing she would need to collect water from the Withywindle once she reached the old forest. She also began asking careful questions, trying not to arouse too much curiosity about the old forest and the lands beyond the Shire's borders. Old Holman Cotton, who had travelled more widely in his youth than most hobbits cared to, told her about the paths that led from the hedge into the forest proper. Young Tolman Gamgee, whose great-uncle had once worked on the High Hay, drew her a rough sketch of the boundary markers. Even Lobelia Sackville Baggins, who rarely had a kind word for anyone, grudgingly admitted that her cousin's nephew had once gotten lost in those woods and found his way out again, though he'd never been quite the same afterward and had developed an unfortunate habit of talking to trees. As the days grew longer and warmer, as spring ripened into early summer and the garden exploded with colour and life, Primrose felt the weight of the silver acorn in her pocket like a constant reminder of her promise. She took it out sometimes in the evening, when the day's work was done and she sat alone in her parlour with a cup of chamomile tea. The engravings on its surface seemed to tell a story, though she could not quite make out all the details. There were trees, she could see that much, and what might have been figures dancing, or perhaps stars falling from the sky. There were patterns that reminded her of flowing water, and others that looked like flames or flowers, or both at once. The acorn was patient, as seeds are patient, waiting in darkness for the right moment to wake and grow. But Primrose could feel a subtle urgency building as Midsummer's Eve drew nearer, a sense that timing mattered greatly in whatever magic was unfolding. She found herself sleeping less soundly, waking in the night to moonlight streaming through her window and the sound of leaves rustling in a wind that carried whispers she almost understood. Finally, when there were only 3 days left until Midsummer's Eve, Primrose made her preparations in earnest. She told her neighbour, Daisy Burrows, that she would be away for a few days visiting a distant cousin in Buckland, a lie that sat uncomfortably on her honest tongue but seemed necessary. She packed a small rucksack with sensible provisions: journey cake, cheese, apples, a jar of her blackberry jam, a blanket, matches, and a small trowel for planting. She wrote a letter to be opened only if she failed to return within a week, explaining what she had done and why, though she hoped it would never need to be read. On the morning of Midsummer's Eve, Primrose rose before dawn. She dressed in her sturdiest travelling clothes, brown breeches and a green vest over a cream-coloured shirt, and sturdy boots that had seen many miles of walking. She ate a good breakfast, knowing she would need her strength, and checked her pack one final time. The silver acorn she kept in a small silk pouch that hung around her neck, close to her heart, where she could feel its gentle warmth against her skin. The walk to the eastern borders of the Shire took most of the day. Primrose followed the east road for a while, then struck out across country, following the paths she had memorised from her grandfather's maps. The landscape gradually changed as she walked. The neat hedgerows and orderly fields of the West Farthing gave way to wilder country, where the grass grew taller and the trees leaned in closer to the road. She passed through Buckland in the late morning, drawing curious glances from hobbits who recognised her, but knew she had no family in those parts. She merely smiled and waved and kept walking, unwilling to stop and answer questions. By mid-afternoon she reached the high hay, the great hedge that marked the eastern boundary of the Shire proper. It towered above her, a wall of tangled thorn and bramble that had been planted long ago to keep out the strangeness of the old forest. There were gates, of course, places where one could pass through if one had good reason, but they were locked and guarded, and Primrose did not want to explain her purpose to any official keeper. Instead, she followed the hay northward until she found what she was looking for, a small gap, barely wide enough for a hobbit to squeeze through, that old Holman Cotton had told her about. It was half hidden by a fallen log and a tangle of wild roses that grew on both sides of the hedge, and Primrose smiled at the appropriateness of roses marking her passage. She murmured a thank you to the thorny guardian plants as she carefully worked her way through, emerging on the other side with only a few scratches to show for her passage. The old forest lay before her, and even in the bright afternoon sunshine, it looked dark and deep and full of shadows. The trees were different here, older and stranger, with bark that seemed to watch her, and branches that creaked and swayed even when there was no wind. Primrose felt a shiver run down her spine, but she squared her shoulders and took a deep breath. She had come too far to turn back now, and besides, the silver acorn around her neck seemed to pulse with encouragement, urging her forward. The first steps into the old forest were the hardest. Primrose had to push her way through a tangle of undergrowth that seemed almost deliberately placed to discourage visitors, ducking under low branches and stepping carefully over roots that twisted across the barely visible path like sleeping serpents. The air felt different here, heavier somehow, thick with the scent of moss and mushrooms and the deep, rich smell of earth that had never known a plough or spade. Birds called from the canopy overhead, but their song sounded strange to her ears, in scales and rhythm she had never heard in the Shire's familiar woodlands. As she walked deeper into the forest, following what she hoped was eastward, though it was hard to tell direction under the thick canopy, Primrose began to notice something peculiar. The trees were moving, not swaying in the wind, which would have been natural enough, but actually shifting position, as though rearranging themselves while she wasn't looking directly at them. She would mark a particularly gnarled oak as a landmark, only to find when she glanced back that it seemed to have moved several yards to the left, or that the path behind her had somehow closed up, branches interweaving where moments before there had been open space. It was unsettling to be sure, but Primrose remembered what her grandmother had once told her about walking in strange places. "Do not let fear guide your feet," the old hobbit had said. "Fear makes you run, and running in the wild places only leads you astray. Walk with purpose and respect. Acknowledge the power that dwells there, and make your intentions clear." So Primrose did just that. She stopped in a small clearing where 3 old beeches grew close together, their smooth grey bark dappled with afternoon light that filtered through the leaves, and she spoke aloud in a clear, steady voice. "I am Primrose Bracegirdle of Little Delving," she said, "and I walk in your forest with respect and a purpose given to me by one of your old friends. I seek the clearing where the great oak stands alone, and I mean no harm to any growing thing. I ask your permission to pass through and your guidance to find my way." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, gradually, Primrose felt the quality of the silence change. The watching presence that had made the back of her neck prickle seemed to grow less hostile, more curious. A breeze stirred the leaves overhead, though whether it was natural wind or something else, she could not say. And when she looked ahead, she saw that the trees had indeed rearranged themselves, but this time they seemed to form a clearer path, a way forward that had not been visible before. "Thank you," Primrose said softly, and she continued on her way, feeling slightly less like an intruder and more like a tolerated guest. The afternoon wore on toward evening, and the light in the forest grew more golden, then amber, then the deep blue-green of twilight. Primrose walked steadily, pausing only occasionally to check her direction by glimpses of the sky through the canopy, or to rest for a moment and eat a bit of cheese and journey cake. The path the trees had shown her led generally eastward and slightly downward, following the slope of the land toward what she guessed must be the valley of the Withywindle. She heard the river before she saw it, a gentle rushing and gurgling that grew louder as she descended through the darkening woods. The sound was soothing, and Primrose found herself humming along with the water's melody, an old tune her grandmother used to sing while working in the garden. The trees seemed to approve of this, or perhaps they simply liked music, for they swayed in time with her humming, and the path grew easier underfoot, the roots drawing back to let her pass without stumbling. When she finally emerged from the trees onto the bank of the Withywindle, the last light of day was painting the western sky in shades of rose and violet. The river was wider than she had expected, flowing dark and swift over a bed of smooth stones, its surface catching the fading light and throwing it back in ripples and patterns that made her think of the engravings on the silver acorn. Willows grew along both banks, their long, trailing branches dipping into the water like the hair of maidens washing their faces in a stream. Primrose knelt at the water's edge and filled her flask, speaking a quiet word of thanks to the river for its gift. The water was cold and clean, and tasted of stone and starlight, if such things could have a taste, and she felt refreshed just from touching it. She sat for a moment on a mossy rock, watching the river flow and listening to the evening chorus of frogs and insects beginning their nightly songs. It would be fully dark soon, and she needed to find the clearing before midnight, but something told her to rest here for a while, to let the peace of this place settle into her bones. As she sat, a movement on the opposite bank caught her eye. At first, she thought it was merely a shadow or a trick of the twilight, but then she saw it more clearly. A deer had come to the river to drink, a beautiful doe with a coat that seemed to shimmer between brown and silver, depending on how the light struck it. The creature raised its head and looked directly at Primrose, its dark eyes wise and ancient, and for a heartbeat, Hobbit and deer regarded each other across the flowing water. Then the doe turned and began to walk upstream along the far bank, pausing after a few steps to look back at Primrose as though inviting her to follow. Understanding dawned on the Hobbit like the lighting of a lamp. This was her guide, the forest's answer to her request. She stood quickly, shouldering her pack and adjusting the silk pouch around her neck, and began to follow the deer upstream, keeping pace with it on her own side of the river. They walked for perhaps an hour, though time seemed to flow strangely here, sometimes rushing past like the river, and sometimes moving as slowly as sap rising in spring. The deer led her through groves of willow and alder, past banks where forget-me-nots grew in blue profusion, around a bend where the river widened into a pool so still and mirror-like that Primrose could see the first stars reflected in its surface. The moon was rising now, huge and golden on the horizon, and its light silvered the path ahead. At last, the deer stopped at a place where the bank sloped gently down and the river could be crossed on a line of stepping stones that emerged from the water like the vertebrae of some great sleeping beast. The creature looked at Primrose one final time, then bounded away into the forest on the far side, disappearing among the trees as silently as smoke. Primrose understood. The clearing she sought lay on the other side of the river, somewhere in the darkness beyond. She crossed carefully, testing each stone before putting her full weight on it, the sound of the water rushing past on either side both exhilarating and slightly frightening in the growing darkness. But the stones held firm, and she made it across without incident, climbing up the far bank and into a part of the forest that felt different again, older still, if such a thing were possible, as though she had crossed not just a river, but some invisible boundary into a more ancient realm. Here the trees grew so large that 3 hobbits linking hands could not have circled their trunks. Their roots rose from the earth like the walls of small rooms, creating hollows and caves beneath their massive bulk. Primrose walked among them with a sense of awe, feeling very small and very young, though she had lived more than 60 years and was considered quite sensible and mature by Shire standards. These trees had stood here for centuries, perhaps millennia, and they remembered things that hobbits had never known or had long forgotten. The moon climbed higher, and by its light, Primrose continued her search. The path between the ancient trees was not really a path at all, but rather a series of open spaces where the undergrowth grew less thickly, as though the forest itself was showing her the way forward. Primrose moved carefully, her eyes adjusting to the moonlight that filtered through the canopy in shifting patterns of silver and shadow. Every so often, she would pause and place her hand against her chest, feeling for the warmth of the silver acorn through the silk pouch. Each time, it pulsed gently, like a second heartbeat, and she took comfort in knowing that she was not entirely alone in this strange and ancient place. Owls called from the darkness overhead, their voices soft and questioning. Once, she heard what might have been laughter, high and clear and not quite human, echoing from somewhere deeper in the forest. But when she turned toward the sound, there was nothing to see but trees and moonlight and the endless shadows between. She remembered the old stories, the ones that spoke of things that walked in wild places, spirits of wood and water that were neither good nor evil, but simply other, following rules and patterns that hobbits could not fully understand. The thought should have frightened her, but instead, she found it oddly comforting. She was a guest here, walking carefully and respectfully, and she had been given permission to pass. That would have to be enough. As midnight approached, marked by the moon reaching its zenith directly overhead, Primrose felt a change in the air. The quality of the darkness shifted, becoming somehow both deeper and more luminous at the same time. The trees around her seemed to lean in closer, but not threateningly. Rather, it felt as though they were gathering to witness something important, something that had been a very long time in coming. And then, quite suddenly, she stepped out of the close-pressed forest and into the clearing. It was exactly as the rosebush had described it, and yet no description could have prepared her for the reality of it. The clearing was perhaps 50 paces across, carpeted in soft grass that glowed silver in the moonlight. Wildflowers grew in abundance around its edges, varieties that Primrose had never seen before, blooming in colours that seemed to shift and change as she looked at them. But the most striking feature, the thing that drew her gaze and held it, was the oak tree that stood in the very centre of the clearing. It was enormous, dwarfing even the largest trees she had passed on her journey. Its trunk was so wide that a dozen hobbits could have hidden behind it, the bark deeply furrowed and covered in moss that glowed faintly with its own light. The branches spread out overhead like the rafters of a cathedral, creating a dome of leaves through which the moonlight filtered in 1,000 tiny beams. The tree felt alive in a way that went beyond the normal vitality of growing things. It felt conscious, aware, as though it were looking at her with invisible eyes and weighing her presence in some vast and ancient balance. Primrose stood at the edge of the clearing for a long moment, overwhelmed by the majesty of what she was seeing. Then, remembering her purpose and her manners, she stepped forward and curtsied deeply to the oak tree, as she might have curtsied to the mayor of Michel Delving or any other personage deserving of great respect. "I am Primrose Bracegirdle," she said, and her voice seemed to carry clearly in the hushed air of the clearing, "and I come bearing a gift from an old friend, to be returned to the earth from which it came. I ask your permission to plant it here, in this sacred place, that it might grow as you have grown, and fulfill the purpose for which it was made." The oak tree did not speak, not in words that Primrose could hear with her ears, but she felt its response nonetheless. It came as a sense of welcome, of recognition, of something that had been long awaited, finally arriving at the appointed hour. The branches overhead rustled softly, though there was no wind, and a single acorn fell from the canopy, landing at Primrose's feet with a soft thump. She understood. The oak was showing her that it, too, had been a seed once, planted in faith and hope that it might grow into something worthy. Now, another seed would be planted here, and the cycle would continue. Primrose walked to the base of the great oak, where its roots emerged from the earth in massive curves and swells. She set down her pack and took out the small trowel she had brought, along with the flask of water from the withy windle. The moon was directly overhead now, bathing everything in pure white light, and she knew that midnight had come. It was time. She found a spot between two roots where the earth was soft and loamy, rich with centuries of fallen leaves and the slow work of worms and beetles breaking down organic matter into soil. She began to dig, not deeply, just enough to make a small pocket for the acorn. As she worked, she became aware of other presences in the clearing. Looking up, she saw that figures had appeared at the edges, emerging from the forest as silently as dreams. They were tall and graceful, with faces that seemed to be made of moonlight and shadow, neither fully solid nor entirely spirit. Some wore crowns of flowers, others of branches and leaves. All of them watched her with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Primrose knew what they were, though she had never expected to see them with her own eyes. Elves. Or perhaps the memory of elves, or the echo of their presence that lingered in places where they had once walked and loved and sung. They were fading from Middle-earth. She knew that much from the stories, passing into the west or dwindling into something other than what they had been. But here, in this sacred clearing, on this night of power, when the moon was full and the barrier between worlds grew thin, they had come to witness what was about to happen. She felt no fear of them, only a deep reverence and a certainty that she was part of something much larger than herself, a story that had begun long before her birth and would continue long after she returned to the earth. She nodded respectfully to the gathered watchers and turned her attention back to her task. The hole was ready. Primrose reached into the silk pouch around her neck and drew out the silver acorn. It seemed to glow in her hand, brighter than it had ever been before, pulsing with a light that matched the rhythm of her heartbeat. She held it for a moment, feeling its warmth, its potential, all the possibilities contained within its small form. Then, gently, reverently, she placed it in the prepared earth. She covered it carefully with soil, pressing it down firmly, but not too firmly, the way she had learned through years of planting and tending. Then she uncorked the flask and poured the water from the withywindle over the planted acorn, watching as it soaked into the earth and disappeared. The ground seemed to drink it eagerly, and Primrose could have sworn she felt a tremor pass through the soil, as though something deep beneath had stirred and taken notice. Now came the most important part. Primrose closed her eyes and recalled the words the rosebush had taught her, the ancient syllables that belonged to a language older than the common speech, older perhaps than any language still spoken in Middle-earth. She spoke them clearly and carefully, letting each word fall into the silence like a stone dropped into still water, creating ripples that spread outward in ways she could sense but not see. The words spoke of growth and potential, of seeds and seasons, of the long, patient work of roots pushing through darkness toward light. They spoke of friendship between different peoples, of promises made and kept across the turning of ages. They spoke of hope, that most precious and fragile of things, that somehow endures even when all seems lost, waiting for the right moment to bloom again. As the last word left her lips, something extraordinary happened. The ground beneath her feet grew warm, then warmer still, as though the earth itself had begun to breathe. A soft green light began to emanate from the spot where Primrose had planted the silver acorn, spreading outward in gentle waves that reminded her of ripples on a pond. The light was not harsh or blinding, but rather soothing to the eyes, the colour of new leaves in spring, or moss growing on the shaded side of ancient stones. It pulsed in time with the heartbeat she could still feel in her chest, and she realised that somehow, in the act of planting the acorn, she had become connected to it in a way that went deeper than mere gardener and seed. The elven figures at the edge of the clearing began to sing, their voices weaving together in harmonies that seemed to come from the air itself, from the trees and the earth and the moonlight that bathed everything in silver. The song had no words that Primrose could distinguish, but she understood its meaning nonetheless. It was a song of welcome, of return, of something long absent finally coming home. It was a song of gratitude and hope, and the deep joy that comes when old promises are finally fulfilled. As they sang, the green light grew stronger, and Primrose watched in wonder as the soil above the planted acorn began to move. Not violently, not as though something were forcing its way up through unwilling earth, but gently, like a sleeper stirring and stretching after a long rest. A crack appeared in the soil, and from it emerged a tiny green shoot, no thicker than a blade of grass, but glowing with the same soft light that had spread across the ground. The shoot grew as Primrose watched, rising inch by inch, then foot by foot, uncoiling toward the moonlight overhead. Leaves unfurled along its length, perfect miniature versions of oak leaves, each one catching the light and holding it like a tiny lantern. The growth was steady and purposeful, neither rushed nor slow, and Primrose understood that she was witnessing something that normally took years compressed into moments. The natural magic of growth concentrated and made visible. Within the span of perhaps a quarter hour, though time seemed to have little meaning in that enchanted clearing, the shoot had become a sapling, and the sapling had become a young tree, standing as tall as Primrose herself. Its trunk was smooth and silver-grey, and its leaves rustled with a sound like soft laughter. But it was not finished growing. The roots spread visibly beneath the soil, which swelled and shifted to accommodate them, and the trunk continued to thicken and rise, reaching upward with an eagerness that spoke of purpose and destiny. Primrose stepped back to give it room, her heart full of an emotion she could not quite name. It was not surprise, though the sight before her was certainly surprising. It was something deeper, a sense of rightness, of being present at a moment when the world shifted in small but significant ways. She glanced at the great oak tree that stood nearby, and if trees could smile, she would have sworn it was smiling now, pleased to have a companion after standing alone for so many long centuries. The elven song reached a crescendo, and the new tree's growth slowed and finally stopped. It stood perhaps 20 feet tall now, still young by the standards of oaks, but already sturdy and strong, its branches spreading in graceful curves that mirrored those of its elder companion. The green light that had accompanied its growth began to fade, sinking back into the earth like water into thirsty soil, until only the normal moonlight remained, though even that seemed somehow brighter and clearer than before. In the sudden silence that followed the end of the song, one of the elven figures stepped forward from the edge of the clearing. It was taller than the others, with a crown of silver leaves that caught the moonlight and threw it back in sparkles. When it spoke, its voice was like wind chimes heard from a great distance, beautiful and slightly melancholy. "Well done, daughter of the halflings," it said, and though the words were in the common speech, they carried echoes of older languages beneath them. "You have fulfilled an ancient promise and renewed a bond that was forged in the elder days, when elves and the ancestors of your people first met in friendship. This tree, born of silver and starlight, will grow here as a bridge between your world and ours, a reminder that even as we fade and pass away, something of our presence remains, woven into the fabric of Middle-earth itself." Primrose curtsied again, unsure what to say in response to such words. The elf seemed to understand her uncertainty and smiled, an expression of such kindness that Primrose felt tears prick at her eyes. "Do not be troubled," the elf continued. "No great burden is placed upon you beyond what you have already done. But know this, the tree will need tending in its early years, as all young things do. You have been given the gift of hearing what growing things need, and this gift will serve you and the tree well. Visit when you can, bring water from the Withywindle when the seasons are dry, and speak to it as you would speak to any friend. In return, it will offer gifts of its own, though what those gifts may be, even we cannot say with certainty. The tree will choose its own path, as all living things must." Another figure stepped forward, this one wearing a crown of flowers that seemed to bloom and fade and bloom again in an endless cycle. "There is more," this elf said, and its voice was gentler, more feminine if such distinctions applied to beings as ancient as these. "The tree has chosen to share its life with you, Primrose Bracegirdle. You felt the connection when you planted it, yes? That bond will not fade. Through it you will live longer than is common for your people, and your understanding of growing things will deepen beyond what even your considerable skills might have achieved. This is not a curse, but a gift, freely given in gratitude for your service. Do you accept it?" Primrose considered carefully. A longer life meant more years of gardening, more springs to witness, more harvests to celebrate. But it also meant watching friends and neighbours grow old and pass away while she remained. It meant becoming strange to her own people, set apart by her unusual longevity. Yet when she looked at the young tree standing silver in the moonlight, when she felt the gentle pulse of its life force connected to her own, she knew she could not refuse. To reject the gift would be to reject the tree itself, and that she could not do. "I accept," she said firmly, "and I thank you for the honour you do me. I will tend this tree to the best of my ability, and I will keep the knowledge of this place and what has happened here in my heart, to share or keep silent, as wisdom dictates." The elves seemed pleased with this response. They began to fade even as she watched, becoming translucent, then transparent, then merely impressions on the air like the after-image that lingers when one looks at a bright light and then closes one's eyes. Their song continued for a moment more, growing fainter and fainter, until it was indistinguishable from the normal sounds of the forest at night. And then they were gone, and Primrose stood alone in the clearing with the two oak trees, one ancient beyond measure, and one newborn, but already strong. She approached the young tree and placed her hand gently on its trunk. The bark was smooth and cool beneath her palm, and she felt the life flowing through it, slow and steady and patient, as only trees can be patient. "Hello," she whispered. "I suppose we're connected now, you and I. I'll do my best by you, I promise. And perhaps you'll help me understand what all this means in time." The tree did not answer in words, but Primrose felt a warmth spread through her hand and up her arm, a sense of acceptance and contentment. The tree was happy to be here, happy to be growing, happy to have someone who understood its needs. That was enough for now. More would come in time, as the tree matured and found its voice. Primrose spent the rest of the night in the clearing, dozing fitfully with her back against the great oak, her pack as a pillow, and her blanket wrapped around her against the chill. She woke several times to check on the young tree, and each time it stood unchanged, solid and real, proof that what had happened was no dream. As dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, painting it in shades of pale golden pink, she rose stiffly and stretched, feeling the ache in her muscles from the long walk and the night spent sleeping rough. She said her farewells to both trees, promising to return soon, and made her way back through the forest toward the Withywindle. The journey back seemed shorter than the journey out, though Primrose could not say whether this was because the forest had truly shifted to make her passage easier, or simply because she was retracing familiar steps. The morning was bright and clear, and shafts of golden sunlight pierced through the canopy overhead, illuminating patches of wildflowers and making the dewdrops on spiderwebs glitter like diamonds. The birds sang cheerfully, and small creatures rustled in the undergrowth, going about their morning business. The forest felt different in daylight, less mysterious and threatening, more like a place where one might go for a pleasant walk, though Primrose knew better than to trust that impression completely. She reached the Withywindle by mid-morning and crossed back over the stepping stones without difficulty. On the western bank she paused to refill her flask and drink deeply of the cold, sweet water. She was tired, her legs aching from so much walking, but she felt a lightness in her spirit that had nothing to do with physical weariness. Something profound had shifted within her, something she did not yet fully understand, but which felt right and true and good. As she walked back through the less ancient parts of the forest, making her way toward the high hay and the Shire beyond, she noticed changes in herself that went beyond mere feelings. Her senses seemed sharper, more acute. She could hear the individual voices of different birds, where before they had been merely a general chorus. The scents of the forest separated themselves into distinct notes. The spicy smell of pine resin, the earthy aroma of fungus growing on dead wood, the sweet fragrance of honeysuckle blooming in a sunny spot. And when she passed by plants and trees, she could sense their states more clearly than ever before, knowing which ones were thriving and which struggled, which needed more water, and which had roots pressing against stone beneath the soil. It was as though a veil had been lifted from her perceptions, or perhaps as though she had been given a new way of seeing that existed alongside her normal sight. She understood now what the elves had meant about her gift deepening. This was not merely an enhancement of her existing abilities, but something transformative, a way of experiencing the world that few of her people ever achieved. She wondered briefly if this was how the elves themselves perceived things, and the thought filled her with a mixture of wonder and humility. By early afternoon, she had reached the gap in the high hay and squeezed back through into the more familiar landscape of the Shire. The contrast was striking. Where the old forest had felt wild and ancient, charged with old magic and older purposes, the Shire felt tamed and comfortable, every hedge and field arranged according to Hobbit sensibilities. Yet she found herself seeing it with new eyes as well. The neat rows of vegetables in the gardens she passed were not just crops, but individual plants, each with its own character and needs. The fruit trees growing in the orchards spoke to her of seasons past and harvests to come. Even the grass beneath her feet seemed to sing softly of sunshine and rain and the slow work of roots binding soil together. She made her way back to Little Delving by evening, arriving just as the sun was setting and painting the windows of hobbit holes in shades of orange and gold. Daisy Burrows was outside her own door, watering her geraniums, and she waved cheerfully when she saw Primrose approaching. "Back from Buckland already?" Daisy called out. "How are your cousins keeping?" Primrose smiled and waved back, grateful that her neighbour asked no more probing questions. "Very well, thank you," she replied. "It was a lovely visit, but I'm glad to be home. There's no place quite like the Shire, is there?" "That there isn't," Daisy agreed. "Though you look a bit tired, if you don't mind my saying so. A good night's sleep in your own bed is what you need, I'd wager." Primrose agreed wholeheartedly with this assessment. She bid Daisy good evening and continued to her own hobbit hole, which looked exactly as she had left it, solid and welcoming and blessedly ordinary. She heated water for a bath, made herself a simple supper of bread and cheese and the last of her blackberry jam, and fell into bed as soon as darkness fell, sleeping more deeply and peacefully than she had in weeks. When she woke the next morning, it was to find her garden even more vibrant than she remembered. The roses seemed to have bloomed with particular enthusiasm in her absence, and the vegetables in her kitchen garden looked ready to burst with health and vigour. The old rose bush beneath which she took her morning tea stood in its usual place, but when Primrose approached it with her cup and saucer, she felt a new warmth in its presence, a sense of satisfaction and approval that needed no words to communicate. "Thank you," Primrose whispered to the ancient plant, "for trusting me with your secret and for giving me the opportunity to be part of something so wonderful." The rosebush rustled its leaves gently in response, and one perfect white bloom opened as Primrose watched, unfurling its petals to reveal a golden heart that caught the morning sunlight and seemed to hold it. She understood the gesture for what it was, an acknowledgement that the task was complete, the promise fulfilled, and a new chapter beginning. Life settled back into its familiar rhythms over the days and weeks that followed. Primrose tended her garden, made her jam, chatted with neighbours, and attended to all the small tasks and pleasures that made up a hobbit's daily existence. But beneath the surface of normalcy, much had changed. She found herself growing more patient, more observant, more attuned to the subtle patterns of growth and decay, of season following season in the eternal dance of life. She noticed, too, that plants seemed to respond to her touch more readily than before. Cuttings that she rooted grew faster and stronger. Seeds that she planted sprouted with unusual vigour. Her garden, already the finest in Little Delving, became even more spectacular, drawing visitors from across the West Farthing who wanted to see the legendary roses and taste the famous jam. Primrose accepted their compliments graciously, never hinting at the true source of her enhanced abilities. Every few weeks, she made the journey back to the old forest, timing her visits to coincide with the new moon when the boundary was easiest to cross. Each time, she found the young tree growing steadily, its roots spreading deep and wide, its branches reaching higher toward the sky. She brought water from the withywindle, checked the soil for proper drainage, pruned away any dead or diseased growth, and simply sat with the tree, her hand on its trunk, sharing news of the Shire and receiving impressions of the forest's own stories in return. On one such visit, in the early autumn of that first year, she found acorns beginning to form on the young tree's branches. They were smaller than normal acorns, but perfectly formed, and they glowed faintly with the same silver light as the original acorn she had planted. Primrose collected a few that had fallen to the ground, wrapping them carefully in cloth and bringing them back to the Shire. She planted one in her own garden, beside the old rosebush, and gave the others to hobbits she knew would tend them well. The Gamgees, who had a way with growing things, old Holman Cotton, who had travelled far enough to appreciate unusual gifts, and young Tolman's daughter, who showed promise of becoming an excellent gardener herself. She told each of them only that these were special acorns from the old forest, rare and precious, and should be treated with care and respect. None of them needed to know the whole story. Not yet. Perhaps someday, when the trees were grown and she herself was older still, she might tell the tale. Or perhaps it would remain her secret, shared only with the plants that filled her garden and the ancient oak that had witnessed her promise. The first year passed, then the second, then the fifth. Primrose continued her work, her garden flourishing under her knowledgeable care, her reputation growing along with her plants. She aged, but slowly, almost imperceptibly, so that while her contemporaries began to show the wear of years, she remained strong and spry, her hands steady, her eyes clear. People remarked on it sometimes, saying how well she looked, how she seemed to have found the secret of eternal youth. She would laugh and attribute it to clean living and plenty of time outdoors, and most were satisfied with that explanation. But there were some who looked at her more closely, who noticed the odd silvery tint that had crept into her hair, not the grey of normal aging, but something more luminous. These hobbits whispered among themselves, creating theories and stories to explain what they saw. Some said Primrose had discovered a rare herb in her travels that preserved youth. Others claimed she had made a bargain with someone or something in the old forest, trading her future for extended life, though they could never quite agree on what she might have traded or with whom. A few, the oldest hobbits who remembered the ancient tales and half believed them still, suspected something closer to the truth, that she had been touched by magic, that the old powers which had once walked freely in Middle-earth had not entirely departed, and that Primrose Bracegirdle had somehow become a bridge between the fading past and the mundane present. Lobelia Sackville Baggins, predictably, was the most vocal in her suspicions. She made it her business to comment loudly whenever Primrose was mentioned, pointing out how unnatural it was for anyone to look so well at her age, how suspicious it was that her garden thrived even in drought years when everyone else's plants struggled, how peculiar those silver-leaved saplings were that she had distributed to certain favoured hobbits. But Lobelia's opinions were so consistently contrary that most hobbits took them as proof that Primrose must be doing something right, and her accusations only served to make Primrose more respected rather than less. The saplings that Primrose had planted and given away grew with remarkable speed, their silver-grey bark and unusually shaped leaves marking them as different from ordinary oaks. Within 10 years, they stood taller than any hobbit hole, their branches spreading to provide shade in summer, and their roots helping to stabilise the soil wherever they grew. The Gamgee's tree grew beside their garden, and Hamfast Gamgee often remarked that his vegetables had never been so productive as they were after the tree was planted. Old Holman Cotton's tree grew by the banks of the water, and it seemed to draw birds and butterflies in greater numbers than any tree around it, creating a pocket of almost magical vitality in an already pleasant spot. Young Tolman's daughter, now not so young herself and with children of her own, had planted her tree beside the lane that led to her home, and travellers who passed beneath its branches reported feeling refreshed and restored, as though they had rested for hours rather than merely walked through dappled shade. And in Primrose's own garden, the tree that grew beside the ancient rosebush became a focal point of beauty and wonder. Its leaves turned silver in autumn rather than brown, and they seemed to catch and hold moonlight, making the garden glow softly on clear nights. Children who played nearby reported hearing music in its branches, though when adults listened, they heard only the normal rustling of leaves in the wind. Birds nested there, but they sang sweeter songs than ordinary birds, melodies that made listeners stop whatever they were doing and simply stand still, captivated by beauty they could not quite name. Primrose watched all of this with quiet satisfaction, saying little but noting everything. She understood that the trees were changing the Shire in subtle ways, bringing touches of the old forest's magic into the cultivated lands, creating connections between the wild places and the tamed. It was what the elves had intended, she thought, a way of ensuring that even as they departed, even as the ancient powers diminished and faded, something of their presence would remain woven into the fabric of the world. 20 years passed after that midsummer night when she had planted the silver acorn, then 30, then 40. Primrose's contemporaries grew old and passed away, and a new generation of hobbits came to know her not as a peer, but as a respected elder, someone who had always been there, and presumably always would be. She attended funerals for friends she had known since childhood, standing dry-eyed because she had already done her mourning in private moments when she contemplated the price of her gift. She attended weddings and birthdays, anniversaries and harvest festivals, watching the wheel of hobbit life turn as it always had and always would. Her own life remained simple. She tended her garden, made her jam, and took her regular trips to the old forest to visit the tree that had connected its life to hers. That tree had grown into a magnificent specimen now, nearly as large as the ancient oak beside which it stood, and together they dominated the clearing with a presence that felt almost tangible. When Primrose sat between their roots, her back against one trunk and her feet touching the other, she could feel the slow conversation they held, a dialogue conducted in the language of sap and season, of root reaching toward root beneath the soil, of branches swaying in rhythms that harmonized with one another. On one visit, in the autumn of her 93rd year, when she should have been stooped and grey, but remained upright and silver-haired instead, Primrose found something unexpected waiting for her in the clearing. A young hobbit lad, no more than 20 years old, sat beneath the tree she had planted, his back against its trunk and a look of wonder on his face. He leaped up guiltily when he heard her approach, clearly expecting to be scolded for trespassing in a place that surely must be private. "I'm sorry," he stammered, brushing leaves from his breeches. "I didn't mean to intrude. I was just exploring, and I found this place, and the tree. It seemed to be calling me somehow." "I know that sounds foolish, but I couldn't help myself. I'll go right away if you want me to." Primrose studied him carefully. He was a took, she thought, judging by the auburn hair and the bright, curious eyes, probably from the North Took branch that had always produced adventurous offspring. He had the look of someone who chafed at the boundaries of the Shire, who dreamed of distant horizons and strange sights. Exactly the sort of hobbit who might hear the tree's voice, if the tree chose to be heard. "What's your name, lad?" she asked, not unkindly. "Peregrine, miss, but everyone calls me Pippin. Pippin Took." He hesitated, then added, "You're Primrose Bracegirdle, aren't you? My grandmother told me stories about you. She said you were the best gardener in the Shire, and that you had a way with growing things that was almost magical. I didn't believe the magical part, but seeing this place, I think maybe she was right." Primrose smiled. "Your grandmother was Belladonna Took, wasn't she? I gave her mother one of the saplings from this very tree many years ago. It still grows by Took Hall, I believe." Pippin's eyes widen. "The silver oak? The one where we hold festivals and celebrations? That came from here?" It did indeed. "Tell me, Pippin, why did you venture so far from the Shire? The old forest is not a place most young hobbits explore, especially not alone." He looked embarrassed. "I wanted an adventure, I suppose. My cousins all think I'm foolish, but I just feel like there should be more to life than smoking pipes and eating 6 meals a day. Not that those aren't pleasant enough. I wanted to see something strange, something wonderful. And then I found this clearing and these trees, and I felt like maybe I'd found what I was looking for." Primrose nodded slowly. The tree had called to him, she was certain of it now. But why? What purpose could it serve to draw a young Took into this sacred place? Unless the tree was looking ahead, seeing possibilities that she could not yet perceive. The thought gave her pause. She had tended the tree for 4 decades, had shared her life with it, but she had never presumed to know its mind fully, or to understand all the reasons behind its actions. "Sit down, Pippin," she said, gesturing to the soft grass. "I have a story to tell you, if you're willing to listen. It's a true story, though you may find parts of it hard to believe. And when I'm done, perhaps the tree itself will tell you why it wanted you to find this place." So Primrose sat with the young Took beneath the trees she had helped to grow, and she told him everything. She told him about the silver acorn and the rosebush, about the journey through the old forest and the planting at midnight beneath the full moon. She told him about the elves and their song, about the gift she had been given and the changes it had wrought in her life. She spoke of the saplings and how they had spread throughout the Shire, carrying touches of ancient magic into the comfortable present. Pippin listened with rapt attention, his eyes growing wider with each revelation. When she finished, he sat in silence for a long moment, absorbing what he had heard. Then he placed his hand on the trunk of the tree Primrose had planted, just as she had done so many times before, and his expression changed. He was hearing something, she could tell, receiving some message or impression that the tree wanted to share. "It says," Pippin spoke slowly, as though translating from a language he barely understood, "that dark times are coming to Middle-earth. It says that the Shire will need brave hearts and bold deeds, and that those who have been touched by the old magic will have a part to play." Primrose felt a chill run through her, despite the warmth of the autumn afternoon. She had known, on some level, that her encounter with the elves and the planting of the tree had been about more than just preserving beauty or honouring old friendships. There had been purpose in it, preparation for something yet to come. But hearing it spoken aloud, and by this young hobbit who had stumbled into the clearing with no knowledge of what awaited him there, made it suddenly real in a way it had not been before. "The tree says I'll travel far from the Shire," Pippin continued, his voice filled with wonder and a touch of fear. "Farther than any Took has gone in generations. It says I'll see things that hobbits weren't meant to see, do things that hobbits weren't meant to do. And it says that when I'm far from home and everything seems lost, I should remember this place, remember the silver trees and the promise they represent. That remembering will give me strength when I need it most." He took his hand away from the trunk and looked at Primrose with eyes that seemed suddenly older than his years. "Is it true? Can trees really see the future?" "Not in the way you might think," Primrose replied carefully. "Trees don't see time the way we do, all spread out like a road before them with clear destinations, but they sense patterns, the deep currents that flow beneath the surface of events. They know when storms are gathering long before the first clouds appear. This tree was born of elven magic, planted at a moment when the barriers between worlds were thin. It's connected to things larger than itself, larger than any of us. If it speaks of dark times coming, then I believe it speaks truly, though I wish it were otherwise." Pippin stood and walked a few paces away, his hands clasped behind his back in a gesture that reminded Primrose of his grandfather, whom she had known when they were both young. He was processing what he had learned, trying to reconcile the comfortable world of the Shire with the larger, stranger world that was apparently preparing to intrude upon it. She gave him time, knowing that some revelations could not be rushed. Finally, he turned back to her. "What should I do? Should I prepare somehow? Learn to fight? Or study old lore? Or seek out wizards who might teach me magic?" Primrose shook her head. "You should live your life," Pippin took. "Enjoy your family and friends, take pleasure in simple things, be the hobbit you were meant to be. When the time comes for whatever role you're meant to play, you'll know it. The tree hasn't shown you the future to make you afraid or to burden you with impossible preparations. It's shown you because it wants you to remember, when things are darkest, that you're connected to something ancient and powerful, something that has survived darkness before and will survive it again." She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small pouch. From it, she withdrew a single acorn from the tree they sat beneath. It was smaller than a normal acorn and glowed faintly with silver light in her weathered palm. She held it out to Pippin. "Take this," she said. "Plant it somewhere that matters to you, somewhere in the Shire that you love. Care for it when you can, and it will grow into a tree like this one, a guardian and a reminder. And when you're far from home, as the tree says you will be, think of it growing in the Shire soil. Let that thought anchor you, give you something to hold on to when all seems lost." Pippin took the acorn with trembling hands, cradling it as though it were made of glass. "I'll plant it by the Great Smile," he said softly, "in the gardens where I played as a child. That way, other young Tooks will grow up with it, and maybe it will speak to them too when their time comes. That sounds perfect, Primrose agreed. Now come, it's getting late, and the old forest is not a place to linger after dark, even for those who have been welcomed here. I'll walk you back to the border, and you can tell me about your family and what mischief the young Tooks are getting up to these days. They walked together through the forest as the afternoon light slanted golden through the trees. Pippin chattered about his cousins and his adventures, about the parties at Took Hall and the mushrooms he'd found in the woods near Tuckborough. He had the easy manner of someone who had been given a glimpse of a larger world, but had not yet been changed by it, and Primrose found herself smiling at his enthusiasm and innocence. She remembered being young like that, before the silver acorn had appeared in her garden, before she had understood how wide and strange the world could be. At the edge of the forest, where the high hay marked the boundary between wild and tame, they parted ways. Pippin thanked her profusely for the acorn and for sharing her story, promising to care for the tree he would grow and to remember everything she had told him. Primrose watched him disappear into the gathering dusk, heading back toward the comfortable lands of the Shire, and she felt a peculiar mixture of hope and sadness. The tree had chosen well, she thought. Whatever trials lay ahead, Pippin Took would face them with courage and an open heart. She made her own way home more slowly, in no particular hurry. The moon rose as she walked, nearly full and bright enough to cast shadows on the path before her. She thought about the conversation with Pippin, about the tree's prophecy of dark times ahead. Part of her wanted to dismiss it as melodrama, the sort of vague warning that could apply to any age. But she had lived long enough now, had seen enough of the world's turning, to know that peace never lasted forever. Darkness and light took turns, as surely as winter followed summer and day gave way to night. When she finally reached her hobbit hole, she found a visitor waiting at her door. It was a figure cloaked and hooded, staff in hand, and for a moment her heart leaped with the impossible hope that one of the elves had returned. But then the figure pushed back its hood, and she saw it was only a man, though tall and noble in bearing, with grey hair and eyes that held depths of wisdom and sorrow. "Gandalf," she said in surprise. She had heard of the wizard, of course. Everyone in the Shire had heard of Gandalf the Grey, who visited occasionally and set off fireworks at parties and told marvellous stories. But she had never met him herself, had never had occasion to cross paths with one of the Istari. "Primrose Bracegirdle," the wizard replied, and his voice was deep and warm, like a fire on a winter night. "Forgive the intrusion, but I have been meaning to call on you for some time. May I come in? I promise not to take up too much of your evening, but there are matters we should discuss." Curious and slightly wary, Primrose unlocked her door and ushered the wizard inside. He had to duck to fit through the entrance, and he looked comically oversized in her cosy parlour, his pointed hat nearly brushing the ceiling. But he settled himself in her second-best chair with apparent comfort, declining her offer of tea, but accepting a pipe full of old Toby when she offered her tobacco pouch. "You're wondering why I'm here," Gandalf said, puffing contentedly on the pipe. "The truth is, I've been aware of you for quite some time, though we've never met. Word of your unusual longevity and your remarkable garden has reached even my ears, and I make it my business to know about such things. More importantly, I felt the change in the Shire, the subtle shift in its character as your silver trees have grown and spread. They're doing good work, those trees, preparing the ground for what's to come." "You know about the trees?" Primrose asked, settling into her own chair. "About where they came from and what they are?" "I do," Gandalf confirmed. "I was not there that midsummer night when you planted the acorn, but I felt the magic of it, even from afar. The elves who appeared to you were among the last to linger in these lands, holding on as long as they could before passing into the west. They chose well when they chose you to be their intermediary. The Shire is stronger for what you've done, more resilient, though most who live here will never know it." Primrose felt a warmth spread through her chest at his words. She had never sought recognition for her work, had kept her secrets carefully all these years, but it was still gratifying to know that someone understood, that her efforts had not gone entirely unnoticed. "The tree spoke to a young took today," she said. "Pippin, his name is. It told him of dark times coming and said he would have a part to play. Should I be worried for him?" Gandalf's expression grew serious. "You should be worried for all the Shire, for all of Middle-earth. The darkness the tree sensed is real and growing. But worry will not stop it, and fear will not protect anyone." He paused, drawing on his pipe and watching the smoke curl upward toward the ceiling beams. "What will help is exactly what you've been doing, though you may not have realized it. You've woven magic back into the fabric of the Shire. Not the loud, flashy kind that draws attention and frightens sensible folk, but the quiet, persistent magic of growing things, of roots going deep and branches reaching high. When the storm comes, and it will come, the Shire will bend but not break, in part because of what you've planted here." Primrose absorbed this in silence, feeling the weight of responsibility settle more heavily on her shoulders. "I'm just a gardener," she said finally. "I plant things and help them grow. I don't know anything about fighting darkness or saving the world." "Neither do most who are called to do so," Gandalf replied with a slight smile. "But that's precisely what makes them effective. The great heroes of legend often start as ordinary folk who simply did what needed doing, one small task at a time, without overthinking or overcomplicating. You accepted a gift from a rose bush and followed where it led. You planted a seed in good faith and tended it with care. These simple acts have had consequences far beyond what you could have imagined, and they will continue to ripple outward in ways neither of us can fully predict." He leaned forward, his grey eyes intent on hers. "There's something I want to ask of you, Primrose Bracegirdle. In the years ahead, I may send others to you, hobbits who need guidance or wisdom, or simply a reminder of what they're fighting to protect. Will you receive them? Will you share your story when the time is right? Show them the trees? Help them understand that the Shire is worth defending, not just because it's home, but because it represents something precious that exists nowhere else in Middle-earth?" "Of course," Primrose said without hesitation. "I'll help however I can, though I'm not sure what an old hobbit gardener can teach that would be useful in a battle against darkness." "You'd be surprised," Gandalf said, settling back in his chair. "Sometimes the most important lessons are the ones about endurance, about putting down roots and weathering storms, about the slow, patient work of growth. Those lessons may not seem dramatic, but they're what allow people to survive when everything else has fallen apart. They're what help them remember who they are and what they're fighting for when all seems lost." They sat together in comfortable silence for a while, sharing the pipe and watching the fire burn low in the grate. Outside, the night deepened, and stars appeared one by one in the clear autumn sky. Finally, Gandalf rose to leave, unfolding his tall frame from the chair and retrieving his staff from where it leaned against the wall. "One more thing," he said as Primrose walked him to the door. "The extended life the elves gave you, it's both a gift and a burden, as I'm sure you've discovered. You'll see many changes in the years ahead, some joyful and some sorrowful. But know this, when your time finally comes, when you're ready to lay down your tools and rest, the trees will remember you. They'll sing of you in their slow way, and the magic you've helped to preserve will endure long after you've gone. That's a kind of immortality worth having, I think." Primrose felt tears prick at her eyes, though whether they were sad or happy tears, she could not say. "Thank you, Gandalf, for understanding and for taking the time to visit an old gardener who most folk probably think is a bit strange." The wizard smiled, and for a moment he looked younger, less burdened by whatever heavy knowledge he carried. "The strange ones are often the most interesting, I find, and the most important, though they rarely realise it. Good night, Primrose Bracegirdle. We'll meet again, I think, though it may be some years yet. Until then, tend your garden and trust in the magic you've planted." He strode off into the night, his grey cloak billowing behind him, and Primrose stood in her doorway, watching until he had disappeared into the darkness. Then she went back inside, banked the fire, and sat for a long while in her favourite chair, thinking about everything that had been said and everything that remained unspoken. The years that followed were good years on the whole. The Shire remained peaceful and prosperous, its hobbits going about their business in blissful ignorance of the larger troubles brewing in the world beyond their borders. Primrose continued her work, tending her garden and making her jam, visiting the old forest regularly to check on the great tree that had become such an important part of her life. The silver oaks that had been planted throughout the Shire grew tall and strong, becoming landmarks and gathering places, points of beauty and quiet power that most hobbits appreciated without quite understanding. She watched Pippin Took grow from an adventurous youth into a young hobbit of promise, though he retained the mischievous streak that was characteristic of his family. The acorns she had given him grew into a beautiful tree beside the Great Smile, and young Tooks climbed in its branches and held picnics in its shade, never knowing that it was watching over them, preparing them in small ways for challenges they could not yet imagine. Other visitors came occasionally, sent by Gandalf or drawn by their own instincts to the hobbit, who understood growing things in ways that went beyond normal gardening. She taught them what she could, sharing not just practical knowledge about soil and seasons, but deeper truths about patience and persistence, about the importance of putting down roots and the courage required to reach toward light, even when surrounded by darkness. One such visitor was a young hobbit named Samwise Gamgee, grandson of the Hamfast, who had received one of her original saplings. Sam came to her seeking advice about roses, as his father was determined to enter the rose competition at the next harvest festival and wanted tips from the legendary primrose bracegirdle. She spent an afternoon with him in her garden, showing him the proper way to prune and fertilize, but also talking to him about the deeper aspects of gardening, the way it connected you to the earth and to the endless cycle of growth and decay and renewal. Plants are patient teachers, she told him as they worked together, her weathered hands and his young, strong ones both dark with good soil. They show you that everything has its season, that rushing doesn't help, that some things can't be forced, no matter how much you might want them. They teach you to pay attention, to notice small changes, to read signs that others might miss. And they teach you that even when everything seems dead and barren, life is just waiting underneath, ready to spring forth when conditions are right. Sam listened intently, absorbing every word. There was something special about this young hobbit, Primrose thought, a depth and steadiness that was rare in one so young. He would do great things someday, she sensed, though what those things might be, she could not say. She gave him cuttings from her finest roses and made him promise to visit again, to tell her how his father's garden progressed. "I will, Miss Primrose," Sam said earnestly, "and thank you, not just for the cuttings, but for everything else you said. I'll remember it all, I promise." As he walked away, whistling cheerfully, Primrose felt that peculiar mixture of hope and melancholy that had become familiar to her over the years. She was planting seeds in more ways than one, preparing the next generation for whatever lay ahead, trusting that her small contributions would matter when the time came. The seasons turned as seasons do. Spring followed winter, summer followed spring, autumn brought its harvest, and winter returned again to blanket the Shire in snow. Primrose marked the passage of time not by the calendar, but by the growth of her trees, watching as they matured and spread their influence, creating a network of quiet magic that strengthened the Shire in ways that could not be measured or quantified, but were real nonetheless. She grew older, though not in the way of ordinary hobbits. Her hair became fully silver, shining like starlight, and her eyes took on a depth that made those who met her gaze feel as though she could see straight through to their souls. But her hands remained steady, her back unbent, and her love of growing things as strong as ever. She was becoming something other than a normal hobbit, she knew. Something in between the mortal and the magical, a bridge between the fading elven world and the rising age of men. Sometimes, in the quiet of evening, when she sat beneath her rosebush with her tea, she wondered what would become of her when her task was finally complete. Would she simply fade away like the elves, passing into memory and myth? Or would she return to the earth like any other living thing, her body nourishing the soil she had tended so lovingly? The uncertainty didn't frighten her. She had learned patience from the trees and trust in the rightness of natural cycles. And then, one autumn morning, when Primrose was well into her 120th year, though she looked no older than 60, word came to Little Delving that strange things were happening in the world beyond the Shire. Travellers spoke of armies gathering, of ancient evils stirring, of a darkness spreading from the east that threatened to swallow all the free peoples of Middle-earth. Most hobbits dismissed these tales as exaggeration or outright fabrication, the sort of wild stories that big folk told to make themselves seem important. But Primrose heard them with a sinking heart, knowing that the time the tree had foreseen had finally arrived. She made one last journey to the old forest, moving more slowly than she once had, but still with purpose and determination. The trees welcomed her, as they always did, drawing back to make her path clear, and she arrived at the clearing as the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose. The two great oaks stood as they had for decades now, ancient and young together, their branches intertwined overhead in a canopy that seemed to hold up the very sky. Primrose placed her hands on both trunks, feeling the life flowing through them, strong and steady and eternal. "The darkness has come," she said softly, "just as you warned it would. I've done what I could to prepare the Shire, to plant seeds of magic and hope in the hearts of those who will need them. Now it's up to them to see it through. I hope I've done enough." The trees responded not with words, but with a wash of comfort and reassurance that flowed through her like warm honey. She had done well, they told her without speaking. The threads she had woven would hold, the magic she had planted would endure, and the hobbits she had touched, directly or indirectly, would remember what she had taught them when the moment came to act. She stayed there through the night, sleeping peacefully between the roots of her trees, warmer than she should have been despite the chill autumn air. When she woke at dawn, she felt refreshed and strengthened, ready to return to her home and continue her work. There was still much to do, still gardens to tend and wisdom to share. Her task was not yet finished, but the shape of it was clear now. She would be a keeper of hope, a reminder that beauty and growth persisted even in dark times, a living example of the magic that dwelt in simple, patient work. Back in Little Delving, she threw herself into her gardening with renewed vigour. Her roses had never been more magnificent, blooming in profusion despite the lateness of the season. Her vegetables grew fat and healthy in the kitchen garden, and the silver oak that stood beside the ancient rosebush seemed to glow more brightly than ever, casting its gentle light across her property at night, a beacon of peace in uncertain times. Young hobbits began to visit more frequently, drawn by instincts they could not name to the presence of someone who made them feel safe and grounded. She welcomed them all, sharing tea and biscuits and stories, teaching them about plants and seasons and the quiet strength that came from understanding one's connection to the earth. She never spoke directly of the darkness gathering in the world, but she taught them resilience without naming it, courage disguised as patience, hope wrapped in the simple act of planting seeds for a future they might not live to see. One day, late in the spring of her 123rd year, 4 hobbits came to her door. She knew them all, in different ways. There was Sam Gamgee, grown into a stalwart young hobbit with his father's gift for gardening and something more besides. Pippin Took, no longer a reckless youth, but still retaining that spark of adventurous curiosity she had seen in him years ago. And 2 others she had not met personally, but recognised nonetheless. Frodo Baggins, who carried a weight in his eyes that spoke of burdens she could not fully comprehend, and Merry Brandybuck, whose steady gaze and careful manner marked him as one who saw more than most. They came seeking not gardening advice, but something else, though they could not quite articulate what. Primrose invited them into her garden, where they sat beneath the silver oak and drank tea while the afternoon sun filtered through the leaves overhead. She told them stories, tales of the old forest and the magic that still lingered in the wild places of the world. She spoke of patience and perseverance, of the importance of holding fast to what mattered even when all seemed lost. And when they rose to leave, she gave each of them a small gift. To Sam, she gave a cutting from the ancient rosebush, wrapped carefully in damp cloth. "Plant this when you return home," she said. "Tend it as I've taught you, and it will bloom for you when you need beauty most." To Pippin, she gave a handful of acorns from the silver oak, the saplings of which had spread throughout the Shire. "Remember what the tree told you," she said softly. "Remember that you're connected to something larger than yourself." To Merry, she gave a small pouch of seeds from flowers that bloomed in impossible colours. "These will grow anywhere," she told him, "even in the darkest soil, even in the shadow of great evil. They're a reminder that life persists." And to Frodo, who carried the heaviest burden, though she did not know its exact nature, she gave nothing physical. Instead, she took his hands in hers and looked into his eyes with all the wisdom of her long years. "The path ahead will be hard," she said, "harder than you can imagine. But remember this, even the smallest person can change the course of the world, and the smallest acts of kindness, of growth, of choosing light over darkness, they matter more than grand gestures or mighty deeds. Hold on to that when all else fails." They left as the sun was setting, and Primrose watched them go with a heart full of bittersweet emotion. She knew somehow that she would not see them again, at least not in this life. Their paths led away from the Shire into the wider world where great events were unfolding. But she had given them what she could, small gifts and smaller words, and she trusted that these would serve them when the time came. The months that followed were strange ones. News filtered back to the Shire of wars and battles, of cities besieged and kingdoms falling, of courage displayed in the face of overwhelming darkness. Primrose tended her garden and waited, sensing through her connection to the silver trees that something momentous was building toward a climax. The trees throughout the Shire seemed to hold their breath, their leaves rustling with anticipation, even on still days. And then, one spring morning, everything changed. Primrose felt it the moment she woke, a lightness in the air as though some great weight had been lifted from the world. She hurried to her garden and found the silver oak blazing with light, brighter than she had ever seen it, its leaves shimmering as though made of actual silver and starlight. The ancient rosebush beside it had burst into bloom overnight, covered in white flowers that glowed with their own inner radiance. She placed her hand on the oak's trunk and felt the message flowing through it, clear as words spoken aloud. The darkness has been defeated. The shadow has been cast down. The small ones you sent forth have saved Middle-earth, though the cost was high and the sacrifice great. But they remembered what you taught them, held on to hope when all seemed lost, and that made all the difference. Tears streamed down Primrose's face, tears of relief and joy and pride. They had done it. The hobbits she had known, the ones she had taught and encouraged and given small gifts to, they had played their part in saving the world, and in some tiny way, she had helped them do it. The years that followed the great victory were peaceful ones. The hobbits who had ventured forth returned home, changed by their experiences but still fundamentally themselves. Sam came to visit often, and they worked together in the garden, two souls who understood the magic of growing things. The rose cutting she had given him had indeed bloomed for him in a dark land, he told her, bringing beauty and hope when both were desperately needed. Primrose lived many years more, long enough to see grandchildren of the hobbits she had known playing beneath the silver oaks, long enough to know that the Shire would endure and flourish. And when her time finally came, when she felt the last of her strength beginning to fade, she made one final journey to the old forest, to the clearing where it had all begun more than a century before. She lay down between the roots of the two great oaks, her trees, and closed her eyes. The last thing she felt was warmth spreading through her, the trees drawing her gently into their embrace, taking her back into the earth from which all life springs. And in that moment of passing, she understood that she had never truly been separate from them, that the connection forged on that midsummer night so long ago had made her part of something eternal. They say that where Primrose Bracegirdle returned to the earth, the most beautiful flowers bloom year-round, never fading even in the deepest winter. And they say that hobbits who visit that clearing sometimes hear a voice in the rustling of the leaves, a voice that speaks of patience and hope and the quiet magic of tending living things with love and care. And so ends the tale of Primrose Bracegirdle, gardener of little delving, keeper of ancient promises, and friend to the trees that guard the Shire still.